Good morning. There we go. Excuse me. Why does it want to capitalize? All right. First things first, let's make sure that everything that I did this weekend was pulled in. Bomber, fire fountain. You know, we have Visual Studio open already. This is easier. Enemy spawn manager. Cool. That's exactly what we want. Okay. Let's clean up the enemy spawn manager code. This weekend I sat down with, she's actually one of our writers, but she also has a PhD in mathematics. So I sat down with her, and her name is Samantha. She helped me go through and figure out the math formula we're using to balance everything. Now, I coded this ad hoc off of her doing notes next to me, so I need to actually go through and clean this up. So I'm going to add that to the to-do list today. We'll do that first. I also, apparently, I need to create the to-do list for today. Yeah, it's the 20th. All right. There we go. And we'll get rid of this one. We will add a new thing for cleaning up the difficulty curve. Yeah, this formula works really well too for setting up a proper, well, paired together. These all work really well for determining what angels should spawn when and how many. So this sets up a spawn limit and some other stuff. I should rename the variables too, because spawn limit's correct here. But yeah. Actually, it looks like I already did that pretty well. That should be a variable, probably a const. Yeah. Okay. So we'll create a private, probably int. Yeah. Private int calculate spawn limit. And then this will actually be these two. So technically we should be returning this value. So let's create an int unbounded limit, and then we return this. So this will limit us to 50 per. All right. Now let's do this first. Okay. Let's break this down. So we've got a floor to int. This is a min function. This is one half of it. This is the other half of it. Right? Yeah. And then we have this. Okay. So these should be this should be calculated on its own first. That should be a const that we can change at the top. Float wave mult. Clear that. Alright. These, yeah, that's a float. So then we can do here the wave mult. We're not having to calculate this twice now. Alright. And these are fine. Yeah. Okay. That kind of shortens things up and cleans it a little. And this final function there at the bottom bounds it. And it fits on one line now and it's readable. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. We could do like a float player. Yeah, let's do a float player power. Player power. We'll suit this on its own line, right? And that's this function. And then we floor that whole thing to an int. Alright. Technically, we're kind of rounding down, but whatever, it works. That also means that it kind of weighs itself towards being easier as opposed to more difficult, at least initially, which is good for everyone else who plays. Alright. Limit 50, or yeah, what it's set. And then up here, spawn limit's going to be equal to calculate spawn limit. Level master.instance.wave mod 5. That's fine. I need to make sure that that's set to 1. Okay, yeah, I did go back and do that. We should also do Excuse me. It took us a while to balance this. When we initially set this up, when we initially set up this function together, it was it was kind of a lot. I think the first wave was fine at like 15, which is a lot, but it's fine enough to learn the game. The second wave I think came out to 99 because I had this value set way too high or something in this function. Probably I think it was the player const was set really high and we didn't do this minification value, this minimum. But yeah, this works out really, really well for balancing the game. All right, so that's cleaned. Now I should really go back and redo that debug console and do it like properly. Hello, cat. How are you, buddy? He's just off here to the left, chilling on top of the computer. For some reason, he has decided that that is his favorite place to sleep here lately. I don't understand it, but whatever. It's cool. I like chilling with my cat anyways. Hey, don't bite my journals. You can go bite bags, whatever you want, but don't bite the journals. All right. Let's try to implement this. So I need to implement a cooldown. It should probably be based off of the it should probably be based off the cost of the card, right? So that would work out, I think, pretty well. I think it'd be easy enough to do. It'd save me from having to like re-implement a bunch of stuff. I do think I'm gonna have to create a card creation kit, like a card creation tool, because I kind of want to implement modding. I think the way modding is gonna work is you have the card and its files saved as like a T scene, and then that gets loaded with a resource loader. Not sure. I have to look into that. I think that that's a thing I can do in Godot really easily, but I don't actually know that for sure. But I want this game open to modding, and I want the modding to be simple, because that's always been a thing for me that I disliked about modding. Excuse me. There's sometimes modding is great, like case in point would be like Skyrim, or actually even better, New Vegas. New Vegas modding is awesome. You can do so much by modding this game. However, it is unreasonably difficult to get into modding New Vegas. To me, like E&B shaders and stuff, that's not too bad. Like, that's pretty easy to get into. Sorry, I needed to adjust my headphones there. Earring was cutting into me. But like doing E&B shaders, that's not too bad. That's whatever. Getting into using the creation kit takes time, and it's not well documented, at least in my opinion. So what I'd like to do is make this as simple as possible for people to make cards. Which is like, yeah, here's a manifest file. Create the manifest. Like, just do that. Create a text file that tells me what your card is, and the game loads it automatically. And then extend that later with like images and stuff like that. But I think that'd be easy. But yeah, let's go ahead and do this. We'll change the spell book to have a card cooldown. And that actually is a change, I think, to the card. Yeah, so yeah, if game or spell or trap. We need to do something here at some point. just something. I don't know what that is. It'll probably be UI dependent because I could just make the bones like shake or whatever. That could be interesting. Thinking about it, it'd be way more interesting if the bone count was like signified using like a barrel of bones and you just saw bones falling into it periodically, kind of like a bit bucket on Twitch. Either way, we want an else if function here, and this one will tell us if we can buy it. If it's not cooling down, or no, if it is cooling down, we also want to return. I think we can really easily do this with a shader too. The cooldown thing, at least. I think that that's really simple. I think, in fact, there's a shader just on the this guy. I'll go to the home page real fast. Put that over here for just a moment. Oh, squiggle vision. That's cool. Squiggle vision. That's neat. Could be useful for something. Pixel outline, procedural torch and candle thing. COD rays. No. Not featuring the stuff I want to see right now. Very Balatro-esque. Damn, I love this song. We're gonna store that because I have an idea. We're at a point where I'm like kind of needing to like drop the workload on our artist a little. Ooh, that's cool, but unnecessary for what I'm doing. Like, I already have a shader that kind of does that, and I can just use it. Where was... I wanted to check that out. That's cool. I know that there is somewhere in here a shader that someone made specifically for cards to give them that kind of faux 3D kind of like bendy thing. I don't know what that's called. I've done that before. It's a weird math formula that you have to do. I remember it being weird because you like what you're actually doing is just deforming a 2D image to make it look 3D. And it looks really funny if you scale your values way up. Excuse me. Oh, that's nice. Not really kind of what I need, but it's nice. I still only vaguely understand how shaders work. I also need to do some research at some point because I need to write my own lighting system. Because the default Godot lighting system does some weird stuff. I might actually... There's another streamer who actually follows us here that I might reach out to. Because his actually is really nice. I know he does everything in GD script, but that could be fine. I could also port it if I wanted to. I should really start writing these as like modulars. Modules. Modulars? That's kind of neat. Interesting that he does the warping. Yeah, something like this. Here's a script to work. Look in the screenshot to see. You put it for it to work. It is the main menu card, so you're alone on this one. I'm gonna guess that it's just setting a mouse position. Ah, that reminds me. There's some shit that's like fucked up with the dragging code. Yeah, that's a problem I'm encountering occasionally. It's happened, I think, once or twice on stream. What am I being sent? Saw that the other day. Right shift cursor is touching the sprite. It's because it's aligned left. That's the only reason that this works. And you're returning starty and indy, which probably start Y and end Y. Yeah. So that'll just... Yeah, that makes sense. I think you have to, like... That's actually probably what I should do with, I don't really need the rotation. I guess I need to... Yeah, I don't really... Like, I really just need this bit of the script for if I'm hovering or not to kind of accomplish what I want. But I'm kind of debating on whether I want to do that at all now, because of the whole making it real time. And then we need, like, I think between Godot shaders and ChatGPT, you could make a Balatro clone. Like, there's just so much. Oh. I think I'm gonna have to pull up my my Discord here and look at the images I sent Felicia back when. That's kind of cool. I kind of dig that. I bet that that's like some Perlin noise stuff. Let's pull this up. I might end up using that in place of what I'm currently doing for the outline. Yeah, how does this work? Godot's Light 2D has an annoying limit of 16, and while the official documentation recommends using Sprite 2D with additive blending mode, it ends up not looking very good in a dark environment. Here's a simple shader. No limits, no 16 limit, no performance issue. You can place as many lights as you want in a dark environment. Excuse me. Interesting. So this gives me filter user nearest to repeat disable. I wonder what those two are. Like, I know what those mean generally. I've never seen them done as part of a sampler 2D. So can I just pass in the background? Sample the underlying screen color, make it brighter. Don't forget the alpha. That's kind of what this looks like. Huh. That might save me some trouble. Kind of like this too. I might have to try this. We have the whole outlines whenever you're going to drag around an NPC, so that could look cool. You know, I can probably write this myself. Yeah, so if cooling down, some sort of notification. Okay. So we're going to create a cooldown time. We already have the price label, and the card model will store the price. So let's create a private cooldown. This will get stored like up at the top. And then in here we'll do cooldown is equal to let's just see what is timer is equal to new timer dot wait time double seconds. Yeah, so it's in seconds. So doing a divided by 10 would work fine. So cooldown is going to be equal to the card model dot price divided by 10. Right? That'll give us an immediate like cooldown of like 5 seconds on things that cost 50, 10 seconds on things that cost 100. It'd be like it's a really nice balanced amount, I think, and it'd be easy to balance that along with the card prices, so I don't think that that'll be too bad. I think that'll work really, really well. We need a boolean for if we're cooling down. I don't remember what I actually called it down here. cooling down. Yeah, okay. I did call it that. By default, we'll set that to false. We want to be able to buy cards immediately. I don't want to have to wait to buy cards. I should be able to buy cards as soon as the game starts, if I have the bones for it. And then we need a timer called a cooldown timer. We'll just make a private timer. Do it here. Cooldown timer dot equals new cooldown timer dot wait time is equal to cooldown. Cooldown timer dot, what is the timeout? Yeah, I was thinking like tick, but timeout works. Timeout is correct. Then we're gonna set is cooling down equal to false. All right, and then cooldown timer dot stop. Right. Then down here for this one, these are going to be a little weird because these kind of like all, so we do the whole spell to cast thing. I spell, we prepare it, we've prepared the spell. We need a we need a way to get this card. Oh, this has to be public. So I think I can just do spell manager dot card. I'm gonna make this a capital C. This. Now the reason we do that is because we need in here when we cast a spell. Right, when we cast the spell, which actually does the whole adding and spawning it and all that stuff, we need to call card dot we're gonna create a public start cooldown. We'll call it public void start cooldown. And then all this will do is kick off our cooldown timer. Right. This will kick our cooldown off. This will let us cancel out of it without any repercussions. So, like, the player can select their spell, and then if they decide not to cast it, they hit escape. or whatever I end up doing there. I right now it's set up for escape. If they don't actually cast the spell, we don't start cooling down the card on them. They can keep playing and they'll be able to cast that spell again if they didn't mean to click it. It would be interesting to not do that, but I can see that really frustrating players if you don't. So I think it's a way better idea to let them actually be able to cancel it out if they want to. Okay. That sets up everything there. That's good. This is actually going to do something very similar eventually. But we're not there yet. We're not thinking about that right now. Now, we could have... So like, right, let's go create a card shader, right? So we need card, card swap, card model, card. There it is. And we want it to affect probably the root of this, right? Well, or do we just affect the texture button and call it good? This is where things start getting weird because, like, this technically doesn't have a shadow. I need to add a shadow. I should just add that to the shader code here. Right now, the shadow is actually this panel. And it's inverted, which is dumb. That's a dumb thing to do, but it works. It works really well. So whatever, but we'll fix that in a second. Hi, buddy. The cat looks very sleepy. It's very cute. So let's go down here. We don't have a shader, right? Yeah, we don't have a shader on this at all yet. And we'll call this the card shader. But, and this is the big thing for me, I want to start separating these into parts. Excuse me. So you can see we have these, are they not in this? Maybe they're not. Whatever. There's these partial shaders we have. It's probably just not showing them because they are, they're not GD shaders. Yeah, so you see these shader includes here. These are a really cool thing that you can do in Godot, and it's basically like a C header file, but for shaders. So I can create these partial shaders and then import them in with an include statement and then use them down here. And you can see I'm kind of like, I've got this player base, which is also a shader include that includes these. So it lets me kind of like work around things. It's very nice. It's a very, very, very nice thing to be able to do. Anyways, let's go. Yeah, no, they're awesome. Shader includes are great. They're exactly like a C header file, and you can do these hash includes to be able to just include them in. Yeah. So my player shaders are like that because I have players that behave differently. I have the player base. It's basically, it comes down to like what they have. They have like a spare variable up here in one and that they don't have in the other. So yeah, this one uses the unshaded render mode, but otherwise it's the exact same. But I needed that unshaded render mode to be toggleable, and you can't do that with a Boolean. So it's a really easy way to make it happen without having to write two entirely different shaders. Or do something weird with the lighting. Like I could have done a thing where like I added the color value appropriately or grabbed like the grabbed like a sampler 2D and added that in. That would have been a thing I could have done, but that would have been more work than just setting the render mode to unshaded. This is super useful. It's super useful to be able to do this. And I'm going to be doing that with the cards too, because I'm going to write a shadow shader so I can get rid of this panel, which is acting as my drop shadow. It's cheap and it's lazy, but it works. So that'll be a thing I get rid of at some point, and replace with actual shader code for a shadow. And that shadow is going to be a shader that I'm going to do as a shader include, because I want to be able to reuse it, and it'll be modular. It'll work with kind of anything. It just makes sense to do it that way. Otherwise, yeah, the cooldown, I'm probably not going to reuse it for this game, but I could reuse it for a lot of other stuff in the future, and other games might have components that need to reuse it where it would make sense. So I'm merciless with reusing things. I will rip shit out of other games that I've made to make a new game, because I'm not going to sit there and rewrite the thing if I've written it once. My scene manager has survived like 7 different Game Jam games because it is a good scene manager and it just works really well with my architecture. Anyways, yeah. Yeah, it is. Don't waste your time. I will waste my time in other ways. Like, I really like building my own shit, but I don't waste my time when it comes to, like, the stuff I've already done. Yeah. I will, like, I will, like, build my own tooling that even if tooling already exists, I could do the same thing, but that's because I want to control it. And I'm weird about that. I just enjoy that kind of stuff. I'm building a card builder right now, and there are tools out there that I could use and, like, do files with and stuff that would work better. But I'm building my own tool chain because I want full control of the tool chain, and I don't want to have to deal with someone else's tech debt if I need to change something. I'd rather just deal with my own tech debt. Especially because these are tools for non-programmers, and there will be stuff I have to modify to make it better for them. I'm just going to go ahead and create this. Yeah. Nice to see you again, by the way. I remember you, I think, from a Game Jam you stopped by. Or something else. I think it was a Game Jam. Yeah. And if you ever need help, or if you ever need help with anything, I did check out your game, by the way. I did like it. I do remember it. Yeah, the scene manager that this game uses is actually the same scene manager from our game for that Game Jam. This game, I actually have time to sit down and code, though, so. Alright. But yeah, if you ever need help with coding or anything, feel free to drop in chat and ask questions. I love to help. And even in different engines, like if you were working in like Unity, I have just about everything installed on this computer. And I still remember my way around every other engine. And frameworks too. I have Love 2D installed. I have Monogame. I think I have Raylib installed. SDL for C or C++. I still remember how to do that stuff, so I love helping people whenever they pop in the chat and have questions. We had a guy a while back who was trying to do something in Unity with trails, and could not figure out why his trails weren't showing, even though he thought that they should. And I went through and programmed like a little sample scene using trails to explain why things didn't work the way he thought they did. But it worked pretty close to the way he thought. He just didn't. He was brand new to like game development and didn't know that you had to like be moving the object for a trail to be showing in Unity. Otherwise, you have to do like some particle stuff where you do like 1 or 2 particles at a time, and then you can draw a trail connecting particles, or you do something else custom. But I programmed like a tiny scene for him. Where's that? I just created that. There it is. And I think you just do void. All right. This is me being new to programming. I don't program shaders much. There's a lot of shaders here, and some of them are interesting. I am brand new to shader programming. So this is all pretty new to me. This should be deleted. Like, this was me playing with something on Friday before I ended stream. It's not actually used in game. So I think this is effectively going to be a fragment shader. Needs to take in a sampler 2D. I can't call it texture. Call it image. And then we'll just do... what is it? I do this in the hit flash. Yeah, and we take in the vector too for the UV. Lowercase. If you're wondering why I do lowercase here, it's instead of like uppercase like I normally would or something. This has to be lowercase, otherwise things freak out. It will tell you that you're trying to override it, even though there's no error here. When you go to use it, it'll say it overrides UV, and you can't access like UV correctly in here, or at least it doesn't behave like you can. Yeah. Same thing with like texture. If I try to access texture. It just won't. But the texture function's there, so I can use it. So then I can do... Is there a way for me to pop this? Yeah, cool. New Godot stuff is nice. I'm actually excited to upgrade to the new version of the engine whenever it comes out. Okay, so that'll give me the vec4 of the color. So default. Yeah, I'm really excited. The stable release of 4.5 is out. I haven't upgraded yet. We'll just call it def. But I'm stoked. There's some cool stuff in the update, though I don't remember what. For someone who's excited about it, you would think I would remember. Let me see here. Grab. Yeah, you. No, I want Godot.com, not Godot shaders. GodotEngine.com. Yeah, if we go to the what's new, their highlights look super cool. The new stencil buffer support is awesome. This is super nice. Used to not upgrade, but the changes are minimal and it's easier to keep up if I upgrade often. Yeah, it is. Yeah, the tile map improvements are super cool. There's stuff that like I've had to program myself in the past, and I just haven't wasted time doing it in Godot, but this is so nice. If you're using a lot of tile maps, this will just so immensely improve the performance of your game. I've done this from scratch in Unity before. Way back when, I made a, oh, that's cool. Glad that we're getting this. This is also cool. But, way years ago, I made a, Mario Maker clone. When Mario Maker 1 came out, I made a Mario Maker clone in Unity. So I programmed effectively my own tile map editor. From scratch, and that was one of the upgrades that I had made to my tile map editor. Oh, this is... The toggleable inspector sections is nice, too. I kind of like that. That's cool. This is really nice. I doubt that I'm able to use this, since I don't program in, like, GDScript, but... It would be nice if I ever got to. This is cool. Yeah, I've done some like looking at this, and I watch the Games from Scratch does videos every Godot release that are really solid and like go over everything. And I think I have to return. Yeah. You know what? Let's do this real quick. This just makes it white. Yeah. And then we just set this to Vec 4. But his videos going over it are amazing. One of the perks of using a younger engine, I guess, getting exciting updates often. Yeah. Yeah, it really is. Plus, like I said, I helped that one guy on stream the other day with Unity. It was the first time I'd launched Unity in years. I think it's the first time I had launched Unity since the Unity controversy back in like 2020. And it took an eternity to open, and I didn't even update anything. Like, there was nothing to update. It was just bad. Okay, so I think what we want, because this is going to be like a grayscale color, so we need to get closer to 0. So we're going to do 0.0. We'll do 0.1. That'll be a shade above black, actually. And then for now, we'll just leave it as it is. We'll go into card, which I guess I don't have pulled up. I'm going to pull my actual Godot window over onto another screen so that I can, you know, see this. By the way, this is one of the features that's newer in Godot shaders. And then this was the cool... It does do autocomplete, which is nice. I think that's right. It's mad about something. I don't remember what. Hash include... Oh yeah, no semicolon at the end. And then in our fragment shader, we call cooldown, and we pass in texture and UV. We can save that, and we just do color equal. Okay, well that's very black, which isn't quite what we're looking for. I think what I actually want is... I think what I want is def minus, like, we want like Vec 4 gray is a Vec 4 of like def.r minus point, or divided probably by like 0.25. And then we would do this a couple of times. And then A, G, B, and I think that's the order that these are kept in. And then we just return, we'll return gray instead. Well, that's different. That's not quite what I wanted, but it is different. I guess it does tell you that it's it tells you that it's loading. Ooh, we could do or no. Oh, that multiplies it. That multiplies the value because we're dividing by a decimal. That's better. That's still a lot, but that's actually way closer to what we wanted. I have made that mistake more times in my career than I can count, and I don't know why. I don't know why I forget so frequently that dividing a number by a decimal number multiplies the value. But that is much closer to what I want. Let's go. Interesting how it applies it. It does not apply it to the children. That's interesting. I guess that's like okay, kind of, but I would want it to apply to the whole thing. Let's do, instead of 0.25, let's do like 0.5. And then what would be 1 minus this? Oh, I have to do like 1.0. Well, that's... Huh. That almost gives it a ghostly appearance, because we get this. Which looks cool. It looks neat. It's not quite what I was going for. And then if I just do 1. I just want to make sure that I'm not like inverting some colors by mistake. I think it does it through RGB, but I know that OpenGL's sometimes weird about it. Nope, I'm definitely inverting. Oh, it is RGB. I did RBG, didn't I? Ah, I'm a dumbass. That's, huh. Yeah. Okay. So let's do 0.5 then. That explains the weird colors. Yeah, that's much more like what I expected. Okay. That makes way more sense. All right. I'm going to pause for just a moment. I'm going to run to refill my coffee mug because that is empty now. And I will be right back. Alright. Well, that was dumb of me, but it works now. Now, I am kind of curious. My favorite feature that got added to Godot is playing the game in the editor window. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I kind of like the exterior play window, personally. But I have a multi-monitor setup and it's easier for me. Like, because of my setup, that is just simpler. Yeah. See, like on my laptop, that'll be nice. Like my laptop is, like I don't use an external monitor with it whenever I'm coding on the go. Like on, this weekend, my girlfriend, she is a PhD mathematician, and, I sat down with her and she helped me create the equation that we're using to balance this game, automatically. So the game will balance itself as we add monsters and characters and you change out your cards and all that. She helped me work out all the numbers and the actual formula that we use to do that. And that was all on my laptop. So, like, that was kind of a pain to deal with. I should really get back into the habit of using, like, the multiple desktop features of Windows, because, like, Windows has this. But, yeah, it was really, really convenient. It will be really convenient to be able to play inside the editor window. Cool. So let's try and move this card shader up to the summon card here and see. Quick load. Yeah, nothing changes. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'll hit Control Z 2 more times. I'm gonna tell it if it's... Well, no, that won't work. Let's create a buffer amount. Ow. Let's go up here. We'll do like a uniform. UV.x is greater than UV.x is less than 0.9. Then we also need the Y. And UV.Y is less than 0.9. Then we can do this, right? And we'll say for now 7. Actually, we're gonna say 1. Well, that's interesting. Because I think... Am I crazy? One. Greater than 0.1, less than 0.9. Okay. We can actually just do if def.a is less than 0.0001. For now, we'll say 1. Okay. Why? Oh, we're declaring a new variable, gray. Yeah, okay. Let's try that again. Yeah, cool. That's actually more like what I expect. So that just gives me my range inside. Now I can do and def.a is less than 1.0, 0.7. Oh, is it on top of the card and not inside the... Hold on a second. I'm now confused. So, what I expect it to be doing is graying this, and it does. But, like... Yeah. It's on top. That's rather annoying. I wonder if I can add a grid container, right? Grid container, drop everything in. Why are these... Let's change type. I don't mess with... I've never actually done UI up until I started working on this game. It's been fun coming along, though. Box center container. Okay, that's better. Anchors. Full rec, top left. All right. That centers everything. And then we can do... Because it is doing something weird there. Let's do... It's less than... 0.001. Make sure we didn't cause an error, right? What is... So what I'm confused by is what the hell is this bit? Like, what are we seeing there? Is that summon him? No. Summon name? No. Summon text? No. Let's do this. Put that up there. So it's definitely behind it. So let's go ahead and do this. We're undoing a bunch of stuff now so that I can make sure I've not fucked up anything else. It's like it's coloring... Like, if I set this to 1... we still get the weird banding. But if I just comment this line out, it's gone. We could pass in a sample 2D array of textures, but then, well, that's not gonna work. Is it because we're masking stuff? Yeah, show behind parent, clip children is disabled. It's like it's modifying the opacity of something I'm not expecting it to, and it is. Oh. Okay, that's closer to what I expect. So what I was doing was this same calculation here. These aren't a thing. So effectively, we're just trying to like multiply 1 by that. Also, this should just probably be like 0 across the board. So it'd be black with an opacity of 0.7. Yeah, that's better. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah, that's good. Now for the actual part that actually times it out. Because this gives us our gray color. But it gives it to us everywhere. And what we want is a gray color over like time, I think. And I don't know how the time function works. So let's pull up time on Godot shaders, how to elapse time in a shader. How to use elapsed time in a shader. I'm trying to make a shader where I input a time in seconds and make the texture invisible by this time. I could not understand how to use time for this since I could not find any doc about time, what time is. I know it is the I time, but how can I set a start timer, reset timer? Okay. Okay, and I'm basically mapping that to a Y position. So it would be so we got color alpha smooth. So what does smooth step do? Translates to edge 0, edge 1x in shader layers. Returns 0 if x is smaller than edge 0 and 1 if x is larger than edge 1. Otherwise, return values interpolated. Okay. That kind of makes sense. So let's try so we'd want something like we need a step value. So let's create a uniform or a percent from 0 to 1 uniform. This is for testing. This will get removed. This is also a uniform float of a cooldown percent. Hitting the wrong buttons all over my keyboard. 0.0, right? then we do probably like smooth step. Well, if, and this is on the Y, so if uv.y less than cooldown percent, then do this. And then we're going to return color. So color is, well, we're going to return def. And then we'll just return def, right? And that should give us like a thing we can use in the engine, right? So nothing right now. Now if we go to summon card, we should see shader parameters. Okay, need to invert that. Right. So that doesn't look too bad. Okay, now we need to actually step that over time. And I guess we would do... I'm happy that we're figuring this out. That's cool. So we need to pass in. We're going to be setting the shader parameter, I think. For the cooldown percent, which is going to be a value from 0 to 1. 0 being not cooled down at all. And then 1 being fully cooled down. So... that's going to vary a little bit based off of that's going to vary based off the card price, because the card price is what's determining our cooldown time. In 1 second, I need to open up on the other screen. That we have a YouTube channel that we are live on, and a Kick channel, which, hey, thanks for watching over on Kick, whoever is. I do monitor the chat on all three at the same time. Yeah, I'm coding. I'm just kind of talking through the problem right now. So I need... I don't know if I'm going to use the time function. Let me pull up the doc for that. Animation node timescale. Not what I need. Multi-mesh. And those are the only 3 places. That's nice. some of this has changed in more recent versions. Hit shift flow control, discarding. Not what I need, not what I need, not what I need. Elapsed total times in seconds. I wonder if this is since the last frame. So let's try. Go over here. Equal to smooth step. Which I don't think does anything really on its own. Assignment to uniform. Oh. It's because it is a constant. Like I said, I don't code shaders. Like, ever. Let's move that over here to the other screen. Pull up Godot. Tofu, how do I know what? So that would be 0 to 1. Let's go. How do you know that you're coding? I have eyes? Say 0 to 30. And then probably need to be running this. It should default load the Bagel of Shame, but it might just queue free because yeah, I think it's gonna just queue free because that's what I think that's what the ready function is set up to do. Yeah, that just queues freeze. Let's go in here. Card model is equal to... Actually, I think I should just be able to play the game and test this. Oh, good. Yeah, that kind of does what I expect. And that's probably going to take about 30 seconds to go. So I just need to set... probably the... Probably just need to set the time that it takes. And then plus whatever. So, let's see. We've got that. Let's see if this does what I think it does. If I save that and then restart that. Yeah, that's fine. I don't care about those. At least right now, I don't care about those. And yeah, okay, it starts. So that's a delay to whenever it should start. Cooldown timer. I wonder what it's complaining isn't set to. Well, should do that. Otherwise, card model is not set to null, and this shouldn't matter. We'll just move these actually into move that up there. That should solve that problem. So we need to set the parameters on those probably like from time.now, and they're floats though. How do shaders normally do this? Speed, angle, delay. Yeah, so that one just repeats over and over and over again and does a delay. I think that what I just need to do is pass in a value for this. So let's do a uniform. Go ahead and full screen this for you. Uniform float. Start time. We'll set it equal to 0.0 by default. And then uniform float, excuse me, end time, and then down here, start time and end time. This can probably be left to 0. Let's create in our card a uniform bool called start cooldown. Set it equal to false. And then up here, if start cooldown, then do that. And then over here, we'll set this to like 30. And I think we can just change this in the remote viewer to get a good test in. And we'll see if I just need to set the one value. So nothing right now. That makes sense. I'm going to move Godot off over here so we can see it. And then remote, game master, game, canvas layer, game UI, card swap, margin container, selected cards, summon card, and then texture button. Scroll down to its shader. Cannot modify that at runtime, it seems. That's interesting. Let's do... We'll add something to process. Process. We need to... Is this on our texture or is this just on... Yeah, this is on the summon card, so we need to have a reference to the texture button or get the texture button. So, private. Ah, they actually have it already. It's the background. Background dot get materials not a thing. What is it? Assigns value to a given property. The property does not exist. Nothing happens. Okay. Oh, what was this? Set shader parameter. Let's see what the AI says. Material. And then I just have to tell it it's a shader material. So I can do shader material. Do like that. Dot set shader parameter. And then I think we just called it cooldown. Card. Start cooldown. And we'll say true. We'll just do if input dot is key pressed key dot f. Sure, that works for me. We'll do that. We'll go down here and that should tell us if it's going to work or not, I think. Okay, so we got that. If I hit F, nothing happens. Same thing, right? And I'm betting it doesn't show in here either. Really need to separate these out. Yeah. And just make sure start cooldown. Put this over here real quick. Key pressed. Start cooldown. Spelt the same, right? I have dyslexia, so this is... Yeah, that doesn't look like anything changed there. And then we're setting it to true, so nothing happened. GD dot... we'll just use our debug console. Setting shader param guard. All right. It's also possible I didn't have it saved. I doubt that that's the case. Excuse me. Definitely said it's true. And it should have been 0 and 30. So, I think I do need to set the start and end times. It is also possible that this defaults to... Yeah, it defaulted to 0. Don't know why that happened. Probably because I initially typed 0 and for whatever reason it saved it. That's weird though. Let's try this again. Ah, see, but they're all doing it. So let's go in here. Make unique. And see if that does what I think it'll do. I think it will, but I think I also will need to go through and... That's interesting. Do that. Let's make you unique instead. That kind of makes sense on one level. Damn it. Also, that should be covered up too. So that should be like a show behind parent as well. That's an easy thing to change. We need to I know that this is overriding something because, yeah, that's okay though. We'll do if cooldown percent greater than 0.99999, we will say cooldown percent is equal to 1.0. And start cooldown is false. Can't do that. Let's do this. Let's do it in our script because we kind of have to. We'll do else if is input dot is key pressed key dot j and we'll say false. All right. Yeah. So I still don't think that does what I think it does. Okay. So then we need to do cooldown is that, so and this is, what did we call it? In time? Yeah. Equal to cooldown. Good that that's a float. And then that should vary card to card now. Start cooldown should be true. We should also pass in do we just do like gd.time? What is it? Do we have a time? Time. The time singleton allows converting time between various format. Let's look that up, because I am not going to sit here and just type random keys until I figure it out. Oh, that's nice. I understand that, though. Time. Okay, so then we just do time plus equals delta. And we'll do a private float time. Each time we do this, we do time plus equals delta. Cast to a float. We should be tracking this somewhere else, just so that anything that needs it has it. Would be useful. Okay. We can just do this in the shader. We'll just do start time plus. End time, and we only set the start time once. We only set it whenever we start it, so right. This is something we can also do in that start time function, so this will all be kind of synced up together. That'd be nice. You see, that's not quite right. And I think it's because they aren't local to scene. Let's do that. They should be starting at 0, though. And they're always starting at like halfway for some reason. I don't quite know why. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, that looks to be about 10 seconds. Interesting that that one's not going. Huh. That's interesting too. Because that should be 15, right? Card model.price. We'll just do debug console dot instance dot write output. We'll set up the cooldown to that. So I know. I guess it is a unique time, too. First do that. Yeah, that's still not. Okay, that's going now. Now, after the first one, it doesn't do it. $10 seconds and 5. Okay. The very least we know that it's actually setting their cooldowns. Why it's not starting the cooldown on all of them, I don't know. We're gonna have it do the name of the card. I wonder if only one thing can take input at once. Well, that wouldn't make any sense. Now I said it out loud. So we can do that. Cool. But then if I do this... Okay, but why does that work now? If I take one away and put it... There we go. Mage is setting shader param, though. So it's not running the shader, but it is saying it is. We'll do that. Let's see if that helps. Wonder if that's kind of the bug we're seeing. Why? Why is that? What is brute? Cooldown 30. Okay. It's like they're adopting the cooldowns of other things. For some reason. I'm wondering if I can view. Let's see. Go in here, card swap, margin container. Main. Oh, that's interesting. That's very rare. It's very rare that Godot just crashes like that. just double check on that. Can I do? Wait, if time is the time elapsed, I just do time. To time plus end time. Or is this just gonna loop forever? I guess both things are possible. Yeah. Is that an error in... Excuse me? Oh. So start cooldown was used. Try that. Okay. Let's see if this animates in an endless loop or... I think it does just loop forever. Yeah, this is just going to be permanently gray. That makes sense. I do this. Those wouldn't be consts, though. There's a universal transition shader that does something similar to what I'm wanting to do. Universal. That. yes, these all work off fixed intervals. From what I can tell, this should be correct. Oh, Wait time. Wait time is a double. If this works in milliseconds, cooldown's a positive integer value. That should be fine. No, we should be multiplying by 1,000. Like that. Let's see what that looks like. Still doing something odd. Did I not change the shader back? Nope, start time, end time. End time plus end time. That's not great. Let's try that. Hopefully this will do what I'm expecting and we'll get like a gray card that's sliding down now. Maybe. Nope. Definitely not. Ooh. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Let's real quick do this. We'll do cooling down is true. So we can kind of we'll protect now against the multiple things going off. Start time, and then we'll pass in time, and then we'll do time plus cooldown. I need to remove the time. I'm in time. I need to remove this bit. And let's see. With any luck, that'll work. I didn't expect the hard part of this to be writing the grayscale progress bit. Two, 7, okay. It's weird though that it's not starting maxed out. Also, none of them are doing it now, which is interesting. Yeah, that's odd. So that should be down here. Else if J is pressed and cooling. Am I not pressing J? I'm pretty sure I'm pressing J. And then F. Yeah. Huh. Oh, we're not actually setting cooling down to false. Let's retry that now that we're actually resetting our shader parameter. Okay. That's better. That's more what I expect. Pass that in. And that one takes 5. That one's taking 15. And that one's taking 10. So I just need to pass it. Hold on. Yeah, they're just getting progressively longer. And I'm not quite sure why. Yeah, no shit. I do think it's funny, though, that it doesn't... There it is, yeah. Normalized angle is less than progress. Could do that. That would be an easy way to accomplish it. I just feel like I feel like this is possible. So let's go uniform cooldown percent. Uniform float. And then our cooldown percent is our 0 to 1 value. We can just real quick test this over here by going down into our shader parameters. Oh, we need to start cooldown. Yeah, so the closer we are to 1. So we do what? 1 divided by 30? Up here. So private float cooldown step. Cooldown step is the cooldown. So it's 1 divided by cooldown. And then down here we just set cooldown excuse me. We do if cooling down then cooldown percent is going to be equal to, we need another one. And then if cooling down, we just pass in our cooldown percent, and then we do if we do cooldown percent plus equals cooldown step, and then if cooldown percent is greater than or equal to 1.0f, then .0 and cooling down is equal to false. False. And cooldown percent is equal to 0. Right. So we can do that, and then we'll just do else. And we'll pop this in. And then we can just, down here, start or stop it. And when we start it, we set it to 0. And when we stop it, we set it to 0. So we'll do that. And then that, I think we'll do it? Question mark, maybe? Maybe, sorta, kinda. It is weirdly getting progressively longer. Right. Okay, that's real fucking fast. I don't think that's 5 seconds. So let's see, what would that be? Okay, that's not really what I need. That should be correct. Should default that to something. I think this is it. I think I just need to times that by delta. Otherwise, we're doing this step every frame. 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool. And then a little slower. A little more slow. And these should catch up to each other. Yep, and then surpassed. Also, I'm noticing we're not having the fucking problem we were a minute ago with timing on these, so that's good. Let's fix that problem too. Alright. That's not too bad. I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. Maybe refill my coffee. And I'll be right back. Enjoy the music while I'm gone. So, in between the coffee maker and the restroom, I had a thought. This game kind of lends itself pretty good to skill trees. Or some roguelike-y elements could be cool. Either or I'd be happy with. I think it'd be neat. Especially if we changed up the cemeteries a little bit between it. Excuse me. Thoughts. That's just like a thing maybe we could do. It would be really interesting to go crypt to crypt. Like at the end, the Necromancer goes to the center, raises his hands, and then teleports away. And then that shows like a map or something, where you now have a choice of where to go. Could be cool. I just pictured Inscription in my head. Yeah, That could be interesting. This game lends itself kind of well to that sort of thing, I think. But now I don't think we need this cooldown timer, because I think the cooldown timer is being handled here. We don't need this. We don't need this. Yeah. We need this one. Down here, we need that. And that. This lets us not worry about the spell manager. And then I guess we actually just need to do like, we just need to also set cooling down to true. Get rid of this timer. This is unnecessary now. Basically, we're doing all the timing elements ourselves. And we're just calculating everything out, which is nice. This means that our cards cooldown will be self-balancing, which I kind of like. And then down here, cooling down is equal to true. And for shits and giggles, cooling down. Because that's an easy way to do this. This enforces to me that we're doing the right thing. That's not needed. We just do that. We're good. Right? And then now we're required to not be in cooldown whenever we're buying something. Let's try that. I think that's the full implementation. This will remain even though we're going to remove like the time thing. Like we're going to get rid of the and that'll be a nice test too. We're going to get rid of the spell book like we have here, because this slows everything down. It's not necessary. Right? Well, that's not 2, 3, 4. That's weird. Cooldown percent greater than or equal to. Cooldown percent is default to 0. Huh. I know we started the cooldown. We don't set cooling down to true. We'll just call start cool. We should just call start cooldown here. That's my bad. We'll need to retest. That's okay though. Now the thing I want to know is, does this to its reduction. That needs to be changed to always, at least for now. Like I said, eventually these will just be on screen and there won't be a pause. So process down here. Well, no, that's the summon button. Card catalog. Process, instead of when paused, it'll be always. That'll fix that problem. Hello. You are not bothering me. And, hey, look at that. Cool. It did the thing. I can't buy it right now because I don't have the funds. Kind of a decent strat, actually. These start cooling down when you cast them, so they work a little different. And we can do 50 again. If we're good, we can. Yeah, like that. We'll just continue with the same loadout. And we're at the point where we can summon a brute. So that's good. We can go ahead and summon our brute. We'll go ahead and start getting out some mages too. That was kind of cool. They split because they weren't quite in the middle of the screen. Yeah, that's a thing we've got to fix at some point. The angels don't remove themselves from the angels targeting list initially, which I can't remove them. So what we should do instead is we should check the is dead when targeting angels. When getting an angel target. That's an easy thing to change. So we'll fix that eventually. And we can do, yeah, like that. We'll start getting some more mages out. I also think I figured out the formula for these guys. So that's good. I can make these guys dig a lot slower now. That's kind of the point. They shouldn't be digging nearly the speed they are. They're digging ludicrously fast. And do another one of these. Now, once we add the real-time once we add the real-time card mechanic, this will be even better. And let's just try to get to... We're going to try and get to wave 5 here. Ideally, what we'll see... Yeah, there we go. We're at wave 5. So you can see now, as we play, the game actually is kind of balanced a little bit. It does try to, like, give you different summon, or not summons, but angels as the waves go. Gonna get another one of those guys up there. We also need to change some targeting stuff with them, because they're targeting the same graves sometimes, and there's no reason for them to. On the plus side, the fireball spell is really useful. But yeah, I could totally see doing like a skill tree or something where you could like spec into summoning and stuff like that. Or spec into your traps, spec into your summons, spec into your spells. Doing stuff like reductions and cooldowns. Special cases for some, so like some things like Gravedigger, we could have it like a increase the number of graves potentially dug by 2. Still need like something to signify that we're slowing time. That wasn't even on purpose. Let's do a real quick. $39. Yeah. We should be doing something like that. Like, we should tell you how many enemies you have left. Like, we could do, like, an Eye of Providence spell or something. Oh, we got some Ichor. Cool. Not that we need it. I've played a lot of this weekend. Okay. That balancing's actually pretty nice. Like, I like that. And once we change, like, the rate at which these fuckers can dig, that'll fix up some of this quite a lot. I will be right back. Gonna run to the restroom and actually refill my coffee cup because the coffee should be hot finally. Be right back. Alrighty, I am back. I'm actually going to grab a screenshot of the card cooldowns, I think. And then we're going to experiment with card layouts. And I'm not sure what they're going to look like, but we are going to experiment with them and see what we can do. And then we're going to actually set bones to like 10,000 real quick. And then we'll do like this, like this, like this, like this, like this, and then Windows Shift S. And then we will open up Instagram to make a quick post. That one. Create. Post. We need to actually, you know, save it. Pictures. All the screenshots from all the VR. There we go. And give it a second. It'll pick up. All right. Cool. That's posted. Oh, and apparently someone hearted something somewhere. Ah. Comment on someone else's thing. Yeah. We're actually doing surprisingly good on Instagram. Our follower numbers tripled over the course of the last week. And we've had pretty solid video views this entire time. This has been up for 2 days. And we're at 203 views on it, so we're doing pretty good, all things considered. All right, let's experiment with card layouts now. Let's do a Google of like let's just search deck builder. And go to images. And we'll see what we see for card layouts. There's like the classic flare thing at the bottom. This is actually pretty close to what we're doing. Let's see. We could put them like down here. We'll hide card swap real quick. We could put them like down here, and then as you mouse over them, it like shows the card, or just show their name. That doesn't do much though for. I guess you could kind of just move your mouse down though and view it. We could also just have a timer above the card, like another label. That wouldn't be hard to add. In fact, that'd be really easy to add. And then we just, if, then we just say, like, if the state is not game, then don't show that. We could also create like a delegate. We could create an event for the game state so that whenever the game state changes, we can notify things. That could be useful. Let's show our card catalog real quick. So kind of what I'm thinking is like we could put it down here. And then... kind of like right there almost. How do I make the card flare? Like, I understand what I'm doing is just rotating the cards by like a code, probably like a sign mod value. I'm probably like dividing it by half. It's actually really easy. We can do it with static values in this case because we don't increase the number of cards you hold. So let's open this up and see. Can I rotate this? It has a rotation value. Is there a way for me to rotate it? Like if I change this from fill to like shrink begin. Yeah, so I can't. Could do this. We could change it to like just like a container, like a basic container, but that still has the same issue. Change it to a control node if we wanted. And now they're kind of position based. We'll say position. It's like here. And then I can rotate it like this. We do -30. And then -15, 0, 15, and 30. Alright, so then we can do, let's see, if this is 757 -26, this is probably should be center, right? So 1280, 720, our X position should probably be like 1280 divided by 2. And then we can do 1280 divided by 2 plus 128. So plus the card width. 1280 divided by 2 plus 128 times 2. Oh. 1280 divided by 2 plus... Where's plus? Plus 128 times 2. Alright. Let's do minus 128 divided by 2. That looks a little better. And then these are at what? 0 on the Y? Should probably be up like 8. Up. Yeah, that looks kind of good. And then we can do layout mode, position, copy values, position, paste values, copy values, set it to position, paste values. And then we should probably set it to like 179, because that is its height. And then we can just, when the mouse enters these, we will we'll like raise it or whatever. We'll bring it to the foreground, so it'll be the topmost card. Now that I look at this, this should probably be further over. So maybe minus 128 divided by 2. So let's copy these. So $720 minus, right? Is that $640? $640 minus 64. So let's see, 640 minus 64. Negative 120, negative 26. $179. How is this higher than this? All right, need a notepad. We're gonna do 640 minus 768. So 640. What is 640? 768 minus 640. $128. So let's do 640 minus that. Okay. Now let's go do like 0 initially. Negative 28 probably, or positive 28 probably. So I save that. And then we move our cursor down here. Do our show. So instead of there, we're going to get rid of this. We're going to move this way the hell down. And then card catalog itself. Whole thing should be shifted over a little. So there's a few options here. I don't quite like the flared look, personally. Let's go back to the H box, kind of like we had it. And let's see, can I do, if I go down here, I can negative them. But there's no reason to, because we only do 4 or 5. And then that card could shift up if we mouse over it. Do this. Then in our animation player for show cards, I don't know that we'll have like an actual show cards anymore. Because I think what I want to happen now is when you mouse over the card, that one moves up. So let's change this type to just a control. So now, these are all their own thing. And then we'll go over to the actual card itself now. And we'll add a label. We're going to change this thing's type to a vertical box container. Why do you do this? Why is this how you behave? Shrink beginning. You too. Shrink beginning. Or center. Your horizontal alignment's going to be center. Your vertical alignment's going to be center. And then you're going to be 179. Or no. 128. Layout. Inherited container. Transform sizing. Shrink center. Shrink begin. 128. On the X, we'll give you the theme. And we'll say 0. And then if that's invisible, this just moves up. That can be in only that'll be only shown whenever the cooldown is happening. So we'll do an export of a label. Cooldown label. Cooldown label dot show cooldown label dot text is equal to cooldown which is and then I think that there's a way to do this. I think you can do like let's look up string formatting for floats because I don't remember what it is. Generally, it's standard, but Microsoft's weird about shit. B, C. So I could do like F2. We'll do F2. All right. And then up here we need to do we actually want to do cooldown %, right? Or no? Huh. I think that's minus. I think that's just cooldown %. And then we can do mathf.floor to int. We're actually going to wrap this up in right. And then cooldown label.hide is what we'll do up here. By default, though, when you're ready, we'll just leave it hidden. So this shouldn't, I don't think, break anything. And then you should also be behind your parent image. So, ordering. Where is it? It's not ordering, it's visibility. Show behind parent. But I think that'll still show above anything else. To test that, we'll quick load in something here. Yeah. Good. Okay. The whole point of that, by the way, was so that whenever the shader runs and it like hides it or starts the cooldown, we can kind of see that. Okay, let's check out the card catalog. Let's close some of this. Right, okay. That should be fine. Let's see what happens in game when I do this. Also, I think it'll still run fine, even though I'm doing something weird. Oh. Nope, something was unhappy. Oh. Yeah, this is a control. Ooh. No, that will fuck things up. Fuck. Fuck. I need to now, when I add the children, set up their positioning. Shit. It's not bad. It's just more math. And yeah, I just gotta... fuck me. It's this bit. When we instantiate it. So control, let me check real quick over here what we're doing. So they're 128 wide. We should really be factoring that in. So we need... We're going to need a float step. We'll call it X step. That will be equal to... Uh, 128 plus 8. And that'll start us at 0. Now, how should cards lay out? Well, I guess we break the screen up We'll say plus 16. This will give us 8 on either side, right? Into sections. So screen width would be 1280 divided by 128. Plus 16. And we do 8 here. That'd give us our sections. Or would I do... I'm trying to remember how to do this. I've done this for like Space Invaders before, which was fun, but I've not done this in a minute. Be half its width plus 8 minus its width. Plus there's the whole how many cards we have, which will factor into this. So I really need like both things up at once, but I can't show you both things at the same time. Let's plug. I think what I need to do... That's the wrong thing. I grabbed my notebook because I'm used to working on paper. Meant to grab this so that I can actually do this in front of you. Do I have sketchbook on here? No. Was hoping I did. Gonna do this in Paint. So I think what I need to do, because I just need to kind of think through this problem, is take our display. Sorry, wasn't looking at the screen. Should have been. Divide this by the number of cards. So if I have 3, it'll break it into 3 pieces of equal size. And then from there, I guess I need to minify the size of them from the inside out. Because the outer edge, so the outer edge is going to be whatever this point is, which will be the result of this. minus the width of the card. So the cards are 128, I think, in width. So we'd be doing like 1280 divided by 3 minus 128. It'd be 128 over 1, but 128 to plus 8 plus our margin. 128 plus M. That'll give us this outer edge. The thing is, we don't want to do that for every card. We want to do that for all but the middlemost cards. Well, we want to do it for all cards on the left half of it and then the right half. So we then need, if we need to know if the number of cards mod 2 is 0, this will tell us if we have an even number of cards or not. Because if we do, yeah, if we do, it kind of changes things. And then it changes our SEP amount, the point at which we switch over. And then we also need the number of cards. I guess we just need number of cards divided by 2. We could kind of do this in 2 for loops, I guess. One going left, one going right. And then they'd pass in their X values to the function. I think that's right. Because then we could get our center one, which would just be 1280 divided by, like, our centermost card. If it's mod 2. And then we do the left and right. So, yeah. If it's mod 2, we'll place our center card. And then do the left and right functions. Otherwise, we just immediately start with the left and right functions, and we start from the midpoint. Otherwise, these will start from here and here. I think that makes sense. Had to work that out on paper visually. Helps me out a little bit. So I think what I need to do is first, if card catalog manager dot card models dot length mod 2 is 0. Then we need to do this is, oh no, no, we want if it does not equal, because we have a center card if it's an odd number of cards, but if it's an even number of cards, we don't. That's right. So this would equal card catalog manager dot card models dot length divided by 2. That would equal like some weird number. So we just floor it +1. +1. So this is our center card. mathf.floor to int. And then like that. Right? Then we set its position. So card dot global position is equal to new vector 2. X is going to be our 1280 divided by 2 minus our card size, which is our 128, divided by 2, because we only want half the card size, right? These cards also aren't centered, so we have to like do this offset. And then that will be 0. That'll give us our center card. And then we should store this. All right. So then we can do int center index equal to that. And then we can do vector 2 center position, which is equal to this. And then we'll do our center position. All right. So we've got our center position now. Hi, buddy. I've got a cat coming to visit. God, my nose itches. I have no idea why. So that gives us our center card position, and then we can we'll call place left, and then place right. We need to pass in our center index, and then in both of these, and then we'll need to pass in our center position. Otherwise, we just place left and place right. And we'll comment these out real quick, and we'll just try to do it freehand. So these will be for loops. So for int I is equal to 0, I is less than center index I plus plus. I is equal to center index minus 1. I is greater than 0, I minus minus. We're working our way out. So then vector 2 placement pos equals, and this will be new vector 2 0 on the y, and then it'll be center pos minus let's see, center pos gives us that center, and we can do minus 128 plus 8. 8 plus 8 is 132, right? No. 136. So center pos dot x. And then this will be just this. I. And then we do placement pos. We can actually just do this at the top. We'll say it equals center pos and then we can just do placement pos is equal to minus equals offset, and we'll offset vec, and then we'll declare this vector 2 of offset vec equal to a new vector 2 of 136, 0. And placement pos is just going to be equal to center pos. Placement pos, card location, card catalog, add child card. And then the right cards are pretty similar, except we equal center index plus 1, and we're going to card catalog manager dot length dot cards models dot length, and then I plus plus, and we are doing less than, and then we're just doing I, same thing, except our offset vector is the same. We're just doing plus. Okay. And that's if we have a center card. Otherwise, we're going to do these two. Except we're going to do... We do still need these. We do need some sort of starter index. Why is this upset? Unsigned local variable card. Okay. think these actually need to instantiate it each time. And instead of that would be the correct sitter position. So we're quite literally just going to do that. And -1. Right now, manually calculating card positions before I write the functions to do it. Just to make sure that it works correctly. That would be center index, and that'd just be center index +1. So that'd be correct, I think. That's not needed. This needs to be commented out for testing. And then, yeah. Let's see if that works. Do not know if it will or not. Oh. Oh, shit. Cards need to be aware of their cooldown label. Alright. Let's see. Huh. Nope. Wasn't happy about some... Oh. That's right. Went in here and hid that. That should be shown by default. Yay, testing. Alright. Put those up there. Continue. That's close. That's actually really, really close to what I expect. That's right, they're glued to the UI. That's not going to work. That's interesting. But they are off a little bit. So that was 4 cards. And they're off, it looks like, by half a card. Yeah, they're off by half a card in each direction. So let's see. That would have been this. Oh. Let's try that. I think that that's my issue. Cards are aligned at their top left corner. That is pretty close to what I wanted, though, so that's good. That's close. I don't know where the hell my other card is. No debugger errors either. plus. Ah. Hmm. 4 divided by 2, it would be 2. So that would be -2 or -1. And that would just be center index. I think. Let's see. Those are the right placement positions, but it's still skipping a card. Do I just not do the plus or minus on this? So that's going to return 2. 0, 1, 2. Might have to start printing these out so I can see them. If I do equal to, it's going to fail. We should get an array index out of bounds error now, I think. Nope. But we got 5 cards, which means one of them is running twice. Because that should be, yeah. That'll put me at 1, which will give me 0. 1 and 0. And then I have a calculator up. Just need to find it. There it is. This should be 640. And then, yeah, 136 divided by 2, 68. So 640 minus 68, 572. So let's go through here. gd.print $card.cardModel.name no, it is name. Card dot global position, and then we'll do the same thing down here. Let's see what the hell is happening. Knight, Mage, and Bomber got ran. This is a simple array problem. I feel like I've been doing this too long at this point. I guess we are approaching that 4-hour mark. Knight, Gravedigger, Mage, and Brute. This time it ran out. Good, and Knight and Gravedigger are kind of where I expect them to be. Alrighty. That's good. That's not. I guess the first one we don't add it. Oh, I guess we add it at the end on these. On this, on the right hand side. That kind of makes sense. So should be something like this actually. Because that first card should be placed at the center. One moment. Spam call. Sorry about that. dumb, but this is correct. This is doing what we expect it to. Also, if I press this again, we can see the percent signs working. So that's good. That's weird. Something about our fog is offset. Don't know how that happened. I must have clicked it by mistake. But cool. That gives us our odd number card or even number of cards balanced correctly. So that will just work now. The whole game's balanced around 1280 by 720 resolution. So yeah, there we go. And you can see it going up to 100% and then coming back. Cool. And I think that works like perfectly as far as height goes, because this is just enough for us to be able to see the banners. And then when you mouse over it, I think I want it to come up just above, just like above the bottom of the screen. That way you can see the card and its price. But I think that works. I think that works great as like a live thing. All right, so now let's actually make it live. Let's make it work and do what it's supposed to. This is actually going to remove a lot of code rather than add stuff. So give me a moment and I'll be right back and we'll start on that. Alrighty. Now we've got two things that we need to test. First off, we need to check and make sure this works with with odd number cards, because the odd number placement works differently. And I'm betting it doesn't. I'm betting there's still some values we have to adjust there. But that's easy enough to test. We can just add 5 cards. If it works with 5, it'll work with everything. Okay. No, it doesn't. So let's see. We didn't get our Gravedigger. Also, placements were off. I think we actually do up here just need to do greater than or equal to get all of our placements. And then we'll see what we have to do to get our offsets correctly. Okay, now what it looks like is the entire game's offset by 1 card. So let's minus our offset up here. So we'll minus 136 or 120, 128. Yeah, we don't subtract by a half card, I don't think. Or do we add? That's worse. Now, I think what this will do is offset us in the opposite direction. All right. Okay. Okay. That's close. Let's do that. And I think that'll fix it. Okay. And hey, look at that. It's exactly what we want to see. That's perfect. Now, right now, these show and hide based off of this. That shouldn't be how this works. They also should only be processed. They should inherit. They should inherit, that's all. The summon button no longer needs to exist because we're not using it. Now, kind of what I want this to do now, though, is when I mouse over a card, I want the card to go up on its Y by 176. Negative 176, so yeah. So, now what we're going to do is we're going to open the cards. And right now we don't have anything in the on mouse enter. And can we programmatically generate animations, I wonder? Tree enter, mouse entered, mouse exit. Cool. So, summon card. We'll do a private void, mouse entered. Good afternoon. Yeah, I'm kind of on a roll. I've got like I'm doing a pretty massive update today. But yeah, I will still be streaming, I think, for a few more hours. Today is a good day. Mouse enter, mouse exit. I got the grades from first year. Yeah, I assume you did well. I need to lerp up the height. Nine out of 10, like, total. Cool. Nice. I need to know. I'm sure there's a way to do this. I'm good. How's your game going? Oh. Or it would roll back if you're not accelerating on a hill. Slow. You could do it with a... I think you would do it with like a kinematic rigid body in Unity. Basically, you'd create a trigger to tell it, hey, start checking. And then just kind of programmatically generate triggers of lengths. Would be an option. And then you just apply a dampening. I'm trying to think of how... Sorry, I'm also trying to think of how this will work. Because I think what I can do is like update its transform. By its size.y. Yeah. $170. Okay. I think this will work. I think I can do... God damn it. You wouldn't be using rigid bodies to rely on the physics system. I just meant that you set up a trigger. Same way you would if you were making a racing game. I'm gonna try some sketchy shit and see how it works. Show and hide. Hide will go from... Show's gonna go from 0... Excuse me. And I want this to be like fast. So we're gonna do like 0.5 and you're gonna go to 179. Negative 170. God damn it. I've done that twice now. Cool. And hide is going to go from negative 179 to 0. Local to yourself, I think. And then I think I can go up here, go to node, mouse entered. Well, I need to like actually build to be able to do that. Either way, we'll go ahead up here. We'll export an animation player. Export private animation player. Get set. And we'll just call it player. We can go down here. Why are you all gray? GameMaster.instance dot game state It's equal to this, this, or this. You know what? It's gonna be easier with a switch case just to catch it all. All right, and then animation, we'll do player dot play show. Then we're just gonna do the same thing down here with hide. And on this line because gravity. Yeah, you're gonna have to write like some dampening and easy. Like basically what you're trying to do is you're trying to write your own physics engine. And hide. Now let's see if that works. Show hide, yeah, good. We hit Alt B real quick. God, my nose itches like crazy. I had no idea why. Mouse entered. Mouse exit. I don't think it would be particularly difficult. Like, really, you're just using your spline as your limiting factor. And then you're extrapolating out, like, the cart's height, roughly. I don't do a lot of 3D stuff, though, so maybe it is more difficult in 3D. In 2D, it's really simple. Though typically the only difference you have between 2D and 3D is an additional axis. Oh yeah, that's right. Those don't. Hold on. Card catalog defaults here. We are going to go into the summon button, I think, and just disable it. Yeah. Yeah, because this isn't going to be used anymore. And we won't have these show or hide card animations either anymore. So we're going to... Let's see. Remove, not card swap. We're going to remove show cards. And we're going to remove hide cards. Because these aren't necessary anymore. And the card catalog will be always visible now. It will just be lower down on the screen. Oh, that's the minimum. Nice. As far as I know, like, universities here don't usually teach JavaScript or PHP. They expect you to learn it on your own. But cool. Alright. Now, I need to... this is gonna break some shit. Delete that. Go ahead and get Control B. Enjoy. Alrighty, got that, that. Okay, cool. Says it built. I think that's all the summon button references. Since we just deleted it. Alright. Let's see how this plays. Did the card swap thing again, didn't I? Might change this a little. Add like a background that's just constantly moving and swaying. Could be more interesting. Okay. Uh-huh. Do you hide it by default? Bet you do. But if I go down here, our catalog is hidden. Yep. And do you set the fucking position of it? Alright, let's open the level master. Let's do card, catalog, find all. Okay. Okay. So there's this toggle cards thing. Shouldn't be used. There's set cards. And then play. Shouldn't be used either. It's default. I bet there's a rest track in the animation player still. Even though we removed the other stuff. Yep. Card catalog position and visible are set, which they shouldn't be. $685. All right. Okay. Well, they're inheriting, I think. Okay. Well, it's losing its shit just a little bit. So let's go back to the card. Is there any way for me to set this to only be its, Okay. We can go into here. Not here, but here, but we can go into this. We can set a showing and a hiding thing. And then in process, we'll do if showing, do this, else if not showing, and vector2, not vector2, global position dot y not equals 0. Then we lerp. So I think we can do global position equals vector2.lerp. What is the lerping function? Is it mathf dot lerp? Yeah. From, to, and wait. From global position to new vector2 global position dot x global position, well, -176, and like a I don't know what we'll do there, but oh, global position equals new global position dot y new vector2 global position dot x. And then bool showing. And then we can just do showing is true. Okay. Let's see what that does. Well, that's interesting. Oh, that can be gotten rid of now. Yeah. Anyways. Initial pause is... this should just be like initial Y. Init Y. Init Y is going to be global position dot Y. Then we're going to do vector 2 dot down, just vector 2 dot down. Down 1000 times delta cast to a float, and then this is showing is going to be the same thing but plus. This one actually is global. Greater than negative 170 and position dot y is greater than, yeah. We will do init pause. Init pause dot y equals init pause. Okay. Where did I forget my semicolon? Okay, with any luck, this will work. We'll be all set. Well, that's interesting. Oh, interesting. That's like kinda right. Ooh. And up here, regardless of card type, showing should be false. Why is that the case? Well, while I think about that, I think I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. I'm still not sure why these are doing what they're doing. I'm gonna check the card, actually. Let's do that. Be right back. All right, let's see if we can't figure this out. Hey, it's not doing that. Well, that's a different problem. Why? Huh. I wonder if... What if I did this? Also, I know the bug with the other thing. Like this bug. This is an easy fix. We just have to fix it. That kind of does it. Well, that's almost like what I expect. Let's get rid of this else statement. Let's do position. But they never read their mouse exit. I wonder if I can just wire that in on the button. Let's delete these. And then on this. Okay, the mouse exit's not working. For reasons unknown. Showing is false, yes. It's because I'm doing minus equals instead of plus. Nope. What if we just stop doing this? What if showing is just false? I think what we're gonna do is just see if the mouse is in the range. I think I can actually do that really easily. Let me see. Utilities dot instance dot target vector in area. And then the min is just, yeah. Utilities.instance.inArea get viewport dot mouse get mouse position and then we want global position and then global position plus size. Okay. I should lock it, I think. Also, we can do this. That game. Then we can do that and go. Do that. Now it won't break. It shouldn't break in the pregame stage. That's pretty close. So a lot of freaking out, but it's really close. Okay. I think all I have to do to fix that is this. Position.y. Oh. We'll call this in area, and we'll just create a private bool. I don't think I need that showing anymore. In area. Not in area. And that. That should fix that. We can get rid of this. Else. The game state does not equal the game, so we should do this anyways. We don't need these. We're actually going to get rid of these methods entirely because we don't need them. That utilities in area is probably what we're going to be using for the drag stuff too, because the drag stuff is kind of busted at the moment in a different way, but still busted. Yeah, we need to go in here now. Go under this and this. Control S. All right. Find out that we forgot like a semicolon or something. Maybe not. We'll get lucky. Hey, we got lucky. Do this. Ah, shit. Fuck. It's pretty close. Oh. I'm doing the size of the fucking thing again, aren't I? Mm-hmm. These shouldn't be... Cool. Now, I need to... I should fix that issue. That's weird that that happened. This, not size. Texture button does background. Because that's what we want to know. We want to know if it's in the area of the background. That's interesting. Oh, dragon. Yeah. I think this now needs to be a switch case. Go ahead and write that written. Switch on Game Master. Dot instance dot game state case for game states dot game do all this. And then break. States dot trap or game states dot spell. Do this. And then break. Otherwise, stay the fuck alone. Leave the fuck alone. I think we solved the state machine bugs. Maybe. Well, they're not losing their shit now, so that's a good sign. Not losing their shit here. There's not much of a tolerance, and there should be. We should give them more of a tolerance. Well, that's really close to what I want. Let's drop the height a bit, and I think that'll fix that bug. And increase their height in general, or increase their height in general. I guess there's not really a reason to mouse over them whenever they're in the recharge state. So it doesn't actually matter. And then I think we can just do 0. Just do 0, 500. Excuse me. Actually, do vector 2 dot down I think that's not necessary, those parentheses. But let's see if we're not in the area. I don't actually think that this one matters so much. And I think that'll fix this. Forgot I was doing vector 2 down. Vector 2 down is adding. You add one to go down. Thinking about graphs upside down now. Okay. That means I might have to do... No, that should work. Hey, that's cool. That looks good. I can click them pretty quick. They go down like that, which tells me that they're not available. Tells me as soon as they become available. That's better.
So change that beat up. Here we go.
All right, cool. And I like that they're recharging like that. We should maybe make it so that they don't show when they're recharging. Like they're not liftable. But it does give you the moment to prepare, so I kind of like that. After this wave, we'll test with the spells. Hey. Cool. Let's hear the update. Okay. So it's losing its shit when I cast the spell. But I think I know why. I think it's that. I guess this is the one change I gotta make to fix that problem. I think main focus is the tangent of the position of the card. After searching a bit, it seems like spline physics thing might not be much of a hassle because it's more like 1D physics. Yeah. Physics in general isn't too bad in most things. Working with game frameworks, you have to get good at it because it's your only way of doing anything. Yeah. I do want a knight. And a fireball. Nice. Q. I got this working while you were gone. And now the card system's live. So the game no longer pauses while you play. You just kind of can select your spells and go. Oh, and good. That's doing what I expect it to. Now let's see if it does the other thing I want it to do. Good, I can't click on them. But I can cancel out and be able to go back. Good. Good, it works the way I want it to. Closer and closer to a full game. Ugh. God, that makes me happy. And now we have this live card system. That looks cool. That's great. We'll change out this UI at some point, because it really should be changed out. I should give the on-screen a buffer. I think. Otherwise, they kind of gang up on them at the edge of the screen, and they might be able to attack them before they're able to attack. Which I don't really like. I don't think that's, like, fair. I guess it's fair, it's just not fair to the enemy. Oh, it's so close to, like, a real game at this point. I actually like it. Especially once I, like, lower this and fix the targeting. Let's go ahead and fix some of the targeting issues. First off, we'll mark that. We got that. That should have an E. We got that. We should look into the drag code. That's a really easy thing to fix. Yeah, we'll look into the drag code next. That's an easy thing to fix, and it needs fixed. So we got the start drag and stop drag, and then our draggable area. This is overly complicated. Like, seriously, this is overly complicated. Like, this, realistically, if it can be dragged, it should just check if we're in its area or not. Like, we could use the mouse enter to activate it. So let's see. Draggable is something that implements iDraggable. That's iState. Cat is making a ruckus in area. And then I think we have in here, yeah, draggable is our node 2D. So we just do draggable dot global position. It's min would be iDraggable should probably also implement like an in-area thing. Let's go into player. It implements iDraggable, which does the start and in drag method. Excuse me. Does the sprite have... Let's go into... I guess I could actually go into anything. I guess I have its bounding boxes. Let's go into that and do... We'll just have a timer check. And then we can just start the timer there. And then stop it down here, right? And vector2 dot distance. So not vector2. Does... Clearly it's not vector 2, but I don't know what it is. It's a target vector. How do I do distance 2? I cannot remember. I think I do it in the utilities function. In fact, I know I do it in the utilities function for the nearest. Global position dot distance 2. Of course. Draggable area and global position dot distance to get viewport dot get mouse position is less than 100. Okay. Do I need a second? Oh, I do. No, I don't. There's no reason for these. Okay, whatever. I'm doing it in both places. What the hell? And then... just do this. Instead of doing and, we'll do if. Else you clicked it, you're not dragging the thing. We do gamemaster.instance.entity held is false and draggable.indrag. That should fix the draggable issue. We should test it. Make sure it's still smooth. And then we'll go in and we'll look at fixing all the weird targeting bugs. Which should really clean up gameplay a lot. We'll get like a nice variation here of types to test with. And I would kind of want to play with the Heal the Dead spell. That's more of a me thing than anything else. So we can do that. Now if I move it quickly, does it still... Okay, that's fine. Shit. I didn't grab a knight. We'll grab a mage and hope for the best. Hey, come over here. And fight that guy. That's right, I didn't grab a knight because I needed the variation and testing. I'll test him next. Cool. Nice. That thing's explosion radius should be lowered, or its cost should be raised. Cool. Now, to actually, like, test this bug to see if it's still occurring, we just kind of have to play for a while. But I don't mind. I'm actually enjoying it, especially with the balance changes. Like, we're making all these really cool changes to the way the game plays, and it's playing better and better every time. Makes me happy. Oh, yay. There's still more balancing to be done. Like, I really need to balance, like, the health. And damage of everything. Ah, this is where the game actually starts getting kind of hard. And we can't, like, create ludicrous numbers of undead anymore. That. Grab another mage. Grab another brute. Heal them. Another bomber. We're gonna, first thing we do during this wave is gonna be trying to heal up these guys. Go ahead and get another one of these off. Get another one of these off. The mages are overpowered, but with the with the cooldowns now, it actually takes some time to summon them. Okay, we're gonna retreat you back and forth. If they're dragging, I really probably shouldn't let them be healed. Damn it. Okay. Whoo, hoo, hoo, hoo. Getting a little spicy, a little tough. On the plus side, I haven't hit the point where I can't drag anything yet. I should really invest in my... I should really, like, swap out to Fireball instead of Bomber, but... Fireball has a shorter cooldown. It's not quite as wide of an area, and I don't think it's quite as much damage, but it's a much shorter cooldown by comparison. I think it's 2.5 seconds. Oh, Duolingo. Go ahead and do that. Get that up. Get that guy over there. Definitely starting to feel like a more frantic game, which is the goal. But, fuck. It's a lot to manage. Take advantage of the bugs while they're in there. Okay, do that. And get another one of these off. So the cooldown starts. Get another one of these guys off. Put it over there. Run off a heal the dead spell on these guys. Get another bomber out. All the targeting functions are in utilities, so we can pretty quickly swap those to using the, to update them so they only target living things. I guess living is kind of relative here. I definitely play this like Plants vs. Zombies with the minimaxing. Ooh, getting tough. Aw, shit. I meant to swap out the fireball. It's easier to test with that one. And good, I can't do that thing. Do that. Get another brute out. Another mage out. Oof. Okay, those are all healed. Get another brute out, which is good because our brutes are almost all dead. Do that. Do that. That up. Over there. Cool. All right, and we've nearly made it as far as I did last time before seeing it, so I think we fixed the drag bug. Effectively, what was happening is I think you'd end a wave while over one of them, and then whenever you went to whenever you went to drag another entity, you would start dragging the one you had ended the wave moused over. Hi, buddy. Oh. Good cat. Hey, Bubba, you're not going over there. Can't go over there. I'm not gonna let you. Sorry. I need to add some way for you to know, like, how far along you are in the wave. I guess we have kind of freed up this half of the screen. Okay, let's go ahead and swap out the bomber for the fireball, because it only has like a 5-second cooldown. And we're getting to the Seraphim, I think, pretty soon, if we're not already there. So I should have pulled Firebolt there. Because I don't think my Gravediggers are in any danger, and if they were, I could heal them. Do that real fast. Get these guys out of the way. Spawn another brute. Fireball these. Get another mage in here. Heal the brute. Another fireball down here. Everything's on cooldown. Heal the brutes. Grab another one. That. Sorry I'm being so quiet. I'm quite focused on this. Alright, we'll swap Firebolt in for the Gravediggers. So now we can just focus on building up the mages and the brutes, which is kind of what we've been doing this whole time. But we don't have the useless. This, by the way, has virtually no cooldown, because it only costs 25. So its cooldown's like 2 seconds. So it should still appear like we're not getting it at all. That's interesting. Not getting any errors either. That's weird. Do I still have spawning, wait time, spawning, prepared, firebolt, wait time, prepared, firebolt, healing, healing, healing? No, doesn't look like I do. Damn it. I think we can just let it go now with the mages, and we'll be able to... The more of these we get out on the screen, though, the easier this will be to test. And we're just going to try to end the wave with me with the mouse over one of these. Okay, that's working. Cool. Also, this feels unreasonably satisfying to do. Healing all the mages all at once like that feels so good. I'm gonna need to add like a greater healing spell. But yeah, the new way of like selecting cards and stuff is really nice. And I think this would make it portable to mobile. If I did it this way. I think I just have to change up the UI a little bit. But I think I could, like, do this. Maybe not. It'd be... yeah, I'd have to change up the UI a good bit to port this to mobile. I think the bulk of it would work, though. We also need more AoE style angels. I think these guys need to do way less damage. Like, we have a lot of them, but fuck. Like, what is our spawn limit at? Get spawn limit. We're at there's a space. 50. That's, I think, the max. It maxes out at 50 on us. Now, granted, like, we're playing at an unreasonable speed and everything because of the grave digging and stuff. Which, now that we know that things are working, let's go ahead and fix that. Let's go look at the targeting code. First off, let's mark that off before I forget. That's done. I think I understand animation trees now, so that's done. I still kind of want to separate it, but I don't think it's super necessary anymore. Especially because they're not animations anymore. It's all physics driven. So that's nice and easy. Let's look at the utility script and go into the... We're going to go into the utility script and check out the targeting functions. Ooh, that's right. If the target is an entity, then all right. Oh. Why are you not happy for the scope? Because the name is using dead? Yeah. Okay. Actually, that's not necessary. I should really change this to... Well, I can't. That's the thing. It'd be nice to make this entity, but if I make it entity, it won't work. I could do like enemy, and then enemy inherits entity and implements enemy, and then everything, all the melee and the time both implement that. That's a thought. That's something I could do. All right. So, this, we should check the grave. Check out the grave digger. It's part of the move code. Okay, so graves, we can say public bool targeted. Say that's false. It's got a public set. And then here at the end, or yeah, and not value dot targeted. Then in the move, if enemy dot is dead. Okay, so is it in player? Or entity, I mean? Probably player, but probably entity, actually, now that I think about it. Let's check entity. Entity. Set target. whatever one we return, I need it to keep track of that. And I think I can do that here. Grave. Why is this not allowed? Okay. And then in the grave. Like that, right? I think that'll fix it. I think now the grave diggers will target multiple or target different graves. Really only concerned about them. We'll pull the fireball in and actually, we can pull in multiple. This is actually a good test for this. Okay, they're not targeting shit. They're confused. Also, we need to make some way of saying this is too expensive for you, and I'm not sure what that's going to be yet. But first we need to fix this. Why can't we target anything? Targeted by default is false, right? Targeted is false. They didn't get errors, right? No? Check out entity. Maybe I did change something. I don't remember changing anything in here. Nope. Nope. So nothing was changed. Nearest grave. If we call nearest grave, pass in this node. I actually do want this to... I want to print this in my debug console. Instance dot... output... Why is it upset? Unsure. That would be dyslexia. Let's do that again. Huh. Good to know. If I do one card, it freaks the fuck out. Yeah, it gets index out of bounds errors. Need to fix that. That's an easy thing to fix, though. We just add the exception for one card. For now, we'll do this. Okay. Guess I can test the multiple. Okay. So you're just not going towards your target. Let's do... So clearly the target is set. And it's moving towards something. It's just not moving towards a grave. What the hell? Oh, angels. that makes sense. I really did think this was going to be a simple bug fix. I didn't think simply adding a targeted variable would break it. Huh. Oh, I see. We also need to track who's targeting it. Yeah, so in targeted set, we should set the Gravedigger. Or the digger name. I was thinking about the next bit I have to write. It's got a private set. There's a reason for that, but it doesn't matter right now. So digger name is that. Then we need to set this with a or. Value dot digger name equals this grave dot name. Let's see. I don't think that'll work either. I think I do need to add like one extra step here, but we'll look and see. Well, that's almost better. We should set up... What were these two? Can't change state while fleshing queries. Yeah, I noticed that problem. That was that weird movement we saw. Yeah, those ones weren't Seraphim, but yeah, there are Seraphim. We have Seraphim, we have Thrones, we have the Powers, with creative liberties taken. Let's see, there are others. There are actually quite a few in the game already. I have more yet to design. Yeah. Got the Dominions. This one's probably got my favorite attack animation. But yeah, then we got the Powers, the Seraphim, the Thrones, and the Virtues. Thanks. But yeah, not all the animations are done. Not all the angels are done, but most of them are. So that's kind of neat. There's a lot of spells left to add. I have a whole dock of spells and summons. It's actually been a shockingly productive day. We've gotten a lot done. And we fixed the majority of the targeting issues. There's some weird stuff. So I need to build like a key exchange between the graves and grave diggers. I need to make sure grave diggers like force the grave to lose their key. Yeah. So let's open up the grave digger. All right. Grave does not equal null. Grave dot digger name equals name. Should be the name of this. Otherwise, I don't want it to do anything. We also need to do public override void despawn. Still want base despawn, but we also need to do grave. If grave does not equal null, then grave dot targeted is false, and then grave dot digger name is blank. So we reset the grave. To be targetable, we need to go into the utilities. We'll do this, but then I also want to do if grave dist is equal to temp, or no, target equals value dot global position and break. Yeah, so we short circuit it and jump out. I think that'll fix the majority of our targeting issues. There's some other problems, but I'll have to fix later, because they have more to do with animations than anything else. Watching this grave. Yeah, okay. That's still a weird bug that's happening every once in a while. They will start targeting, or not targeting. They'll empty a grave out, but then the grave technically, like, the grave will be empty, but they will still be, God. What's the... I can't remember what I was trying to say. The grave will be empty, but the animation frame will be set wrong. Yeah, why does that keep happening? I think I'll need to go back and look at graves is really what I think I'm gonna have to do. I like the idea that I can do an entire spellcasting run like this. Plus, Fireball is just fun to play with. They're still doing some weird stuff. Yeah, this might be a tomorrow thing. On the plus side, I think if I do this, I fixed all these problems. Oh, we're gonna get other angels this time. Yeah, good. He started moving immediately. That was not happening before. So now it's checking whether or not they're dead. This change we made today down here has really made this game a lot more fun. It's just a lot more frantic since I have to live cast all my spells. And all of my summons and stuff. Like, the game doesn't pause. I might even remove the slowdown from these and then create like a time slow spell. Because right now, the game just slows down a bit whenever you are casting a spell. But I don't think that that's super necessary. You don't have to lead spells by much. Even Heal the Dead, which is animated like this, it animates quickly. So I'm not, like, super concerned. We're gonna move that guy back for a bit. Likewise. Try and help them both out a little. Get a heal in. Do another one of these. Brute's ready again. I do not have a lot of bones left. Hey, stop running into each other. Do that, and that should be that wave. Cool. But we fixed that, so that's good. I'm going to close that out. Still that small bug to deal with. No, one sec. Go over here. That's the wrong kind of weather. Ugh. I've been streaming for nearly 8 hours, Jesus. That's done. This one's partially done. I'm gonna actually mark that. That's partially complete. Oh, damn it. Slow time would actually be kind of useful because it doesn't slow down the cooldowns, it just slows down the entities. So a slow time spell could actually be quite useful. I would like something better than slow time. But regardless, we made a ton of progress today. On stuff. A lot of it unplanned. So that's really cool. That gives me a couple things to put on Instagram tonight. So that's fun. Anyways, I'm going to end it here. Been going for nearly 7.5 hours. So yeah. Have a good night.